It's happening again. Another Elden Ring is coming out. Tomorrow, specifically. It was the night before night rain, and all through the land, not a creature was stirring, except our resident swordman. What'd you think? Pretty cool, huh? No, it was fucking cringe. Never doing that again. But now it's time for Tainted Grail. Greetings, wanderers. The silly intro. I swear I only made it up 10 seconds before I said it. I did not spend hours in front of a mirror practicing it, trying to say it with a straight face. But Night Rain releases tomorrow. And I believe Doom Guide, a resident lich, has agreed to co-op stream. Or at least that's what it sounds like. So we'll have that to look forward to tomorrow. While my files verify. It must have been another update for this game. Unfortunately, I've not had the time to actually play this game much lately. This week has been quite busy. But that's fine. This is definitely a game to take my time with. Take my time with Dune within it and explore. Explore plenty. Now, I actually went over my VOD for the last time I played this, and I was lost on the beach. I reached the beach of Island Asylum, as it's called, and it occurred to me I was supposed to meet my savior on the beach. After going over my VOD, as it turns out, I walked right past him. I don't know how I managed to do it, but the angles that I looked, he's actually in front of the boat. The angles I looked at when I was exploring that beach, somehow I managed to not look at him at all. Except for a brief second, you can see him kneel in front of the beached boat. So, what a fool. A fool I am. So once I load in, I can just immediately run over to him and speak with him. Because I believe the tutorial continues until I actually leave this island, so hopefully he can also tell me where a bonfire is. Because I need that to level up. Almost finished just verifying. This is always fucking annoying, but necessary. The stability of these games nowadays. Oh, Arthur. Oh, King Arthur. There we go. It also occurred to me I can actually turn up the... But that's the same. I can actually turn up the volume a little bit. I think my game was a little quiet in the VOD, so hopefully that's a little bit better. Alright, without further ado, continue. Yes. I attempted to swim across the ocean to that city over there. And I promptly was met with a very, what's this? Oh, there's a dead guy here. I felt this exact same way getting that game over. I was promptly captured, brought back, and split open by the red priests. So I'll be sure not to try that again. And I was hoping to play this a lot more this week, but my free time has not been, I've had a lack of free time this week. Okay, so this is the path that loops back around to the beach. I've already looted all this, and he should be knelt in front of the boat. Oh, now he's standing. Good. Yes, he was kneeling here the entire time, and somehow I had jumped up here, did not see him, jumped over him, looked left but not left enough, and just assumed he wasn't here. Caradoc.
There you are.
Yes, here I am.
For a while. I was getting worried you wouldn't make it. I even realized that I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. I'm Caradoc, your savior. What kept you so long?
I got fucking lost. Oh, yes. I ran into some trouble along the way.
Figured you would. A place like that doesn't let anyone through easy. But you're standing here, looking healthier than last time. So I'm guessing you found something worth the trouble.
I found King Arthur. I have no idea what that would be. With as high profile a name as is King Arthur, I don't know anything about this guy, so maybe I should. I have no idea what happened to me.
Really? Then can you explain how you were suddenly cured of an illness that nobody knows how to cure?
Oh, right. I'm King Arthur. I have no idea. This could make me a target. I have no idea,
Well,
man.
maybe the fact you were able to do that is why I was supposed to break you out of this place. Anyway, get some rest. We'll have to set sail soon.
I don't know what it means to
The
have
Red Priests find us here.
King Arthur's soul inside of me, or at least a piece of it. So, probably a good idea not to flaunt that fact around. What do you want from me?
From what I understand, the Red Priests must have done something to you. Something that can prove useful during my quest. Else, I wouldn't be sent here.
And what is your quest?
My goal is
Caradoc.
to destroy King Arthur.
Oh.
To get rid of him.
Oh no.
Once and for all. There are pieces of his soul scattered across Avalon. I need to find, collect, and destroy them.
Wait, what?
Long story short, you've found yourself in the middle of a mess that's been brewing for 600 years.
Oh, that's good.
Every single time things go down the shitter on this island, a bunch of cowards in Camelot bring our once and future king back from the dead. It's happened before. It will happen again. And soon. My journey, my mission, is to stop this from happening.
Well then. I don't care about all that. And why is this important to
He's
you?
the reason the world as we know it is coming to an end. Every time they resurrect him, the weirdness grows stronger. Soon it will cover all of Avalon, and nobody will survive.
Well, that's not fucking good, is it?
I've been cleaning this mess for a long time now, and I truly wish for this nightmare to end.
What is your plan exactly? I don't understand. So killing Arthur is going to disperse the weirdness. But the weirdness was here before Arthur arrived, so what the fuck?
The plan is to steal Excalibur.
Ah,
Or at
yes.
least what's hiding within that damned blade. A piece of our king is bound to it. and so it needs to be destroyed.
Excalibur. Is it even possible to steal such an
We'll have to
artifact?
cross that bridge when we come to it.
We're winging it.
The
Where's
sword is
Excalibur?
kept in the Horns of the South. It's a fortress, but if someone has this emblem, they can enter freely. Here, pin it to your clothes. If you decide to help me, you should get in without any issues. When you do, find the captain. Brendan's his name.
Brendan.
He'll tell you the rest.
I didn't say I'd help you. Let's go.
I have something to do first, but you should get some rest. Judging by the waves, the journey won't be pleasant. Set up a camp and get some sleep. Then we'll sail for the Horns of the South. Ah, and here, have some cobweb. Throw that
Cobweb?
into the fire and you'll be safe from the weirdness. Just in case I don't come back before nightfall.
Throw cobweb into the fire? Whenever you like to rest level up or cook something, you step a bonfire in the game world. Oh. Whispers. Whispers represent fragments of memory unlocked by your mysterious companion. Yeah, okay. You can discuss these with them by the campfire. There's nothing mysterious about this guy. On fire. There we go. Aha. Oh, he's like, Melina from Elden Ring. Fuck.
Well, that man really hates me. That much is clear.
You think, Arthur?
It's good you didn't tell him we've met, young one. Who knows what he'd have done?
He probably tried to kill me. He said a lot of bad things about you.
That isn't right. I should remember. I should. All I know is that I left my kingdom strong, prosperous. It should have grown. It must have flourished in my absence.
Do you know why he hates you this much?
No. It seems that I should, but I don't. He knew me, spoke with certainty, with anger. But to me, he's a stranger. If he was a part of my past, then that past has been taken from me. I need to regain it.
So we're to steal. We're off to steal Excalibur.
It seems so.
Yes.
If Caradoc is hunting for more pieces of my soul, we should definitely claim them first. When we do, I should grow stronger. I should remember. I should be whole. Let's go then, young one. Let's not waste any more time.
If he gets stronger, do I get
I
stronger?
left my kingdom strong. It should have only grown stronger in my absence.
You already said that.
And if something threatens it now, then I will see it restored.
Good talk, man. Restore weird soul power. Cobwebs. Fuel. Level up for sure. Okay, let's see. Attributes. You want strength. More carry weight. Stamina. Melee. Oh, this is stamina as well. Very nice. Some regen. So stamina limit. Okay, max stamina. Practicality. Interesting. Crafting bonus. Weak spot damage. Stamina, mana costs. Price of sold goods. Perception. Crits. Sneaks. Spirituality, spellcasting, dexterity, attack speed, stealth, and range damage. Endurance, max HP. Wait. Oh, weight armor. Okay, so strength specifically makes armor weigh less. Okay. I see. Endurance is how you get encumbrance. All right, skill trees. Wait, one unarmed, two hand, one hand, general. Endurance, shield, stamina, health. Dex, parry, attack speed, movements, bows. There's a lot of skill trees. Damn. Wands and cubes, summoning, combat. General and buffs, perception, stealth, daggers, critical hits, practicality, healing, crafting and trading, statuses, armor, increased armor value, okay. Increased armor weight thresholds. Endurance, increased melee damage. That would actually be really good. Hedgehog Knight. Receiving melee return. Ooh. Return damage, okay. Damage reduction depending on health. Missing health, 1 extra armor. Gain armor as damage, okay. So this is a tank skills. Wow, which is really good. But to get general. Increased melee damage. Enemies take 30% increased damage. Oh, staggered enemies take increased damage, okay. Weapons of great heft. Increased physical. 2% for each point of your weapon's weight. That's actually pretty good. Weights. Assuming two-handed weapons actually get pretty heavy. Last stand. Increased melee damage. Reckless frenzy. Need attack speed. Okay. Deadly fury. Increased damage for missing health. Okay. I don't think I really want to make like a berserker build that's built on being low HP, but attacks are stronger. Oh, and this makes it so it attacks their stamina directly as well. Perpetual swings. Increased stamina cost for each consecutive. Okay. Without fatigue. Reduce stamina cost. 200 attacks of lifesteal. That would be great. Giant's Grace. Hits against the same enemy within 5 seconds of each other. Increase attack speed for each consecutive by 2%. Okay. Crushing blow. Oh, cleave. Cleave damage. Nice, nice. Every attack can stun. Each enemy within a physical raise. Okay. Every attack is attuned to critical damage targets below. And executes. Okay. Let's start with two-handed. Because I definitely want to do that. Most likely I will bounce back between... Oh, shit. Stamina. Between two-handed and endurance to start anyway. Okay, I'm supposed to like fuel this. Ooh. Okay. So you can identify stuff. Okay, artifacts, alchemy. Very nice. Definitely craft. Wine and sage. Nice. Not too worried about mana potions. And I will cook. I will not cook. I have no ingredients. Okay. And then I'll rest. 19. Okay, so let's go to bright and early. 6 a.m. Oh, there he is. Caradog. Dude, I don't know where those other two are. The other two people I saved. They made it out. These potions aren't very strong, but they are instant, which is good, I guess.
Ready? Hop on the boat.
All right. Horns of the South. A new land.
The sea was restless,
Ooh.
waves slamming against the hull as you left the island asylum behind. Caradog's boat cut through the black waters, its course set for Avalon's shores. Then the deep stirred.
What the fuck?
A shudder ran through the vessel from neither wind nor tide, but from something far below. A presence, ancient and watching. and then it struck. The boat lurched violently,
Oh no.
splintering as the sea itself rose in fury. A shadow moved beneath the surface, vast, coiling, inescapable. The next wave swallowed everything. Darkness took you.
No.
Smoke filled your lungs, and then light. The crash of waves, the cold kiss of wet sand. You were alive. The sea had spared you, but not without a cost.
Caradoc's dead? They wouldn't just kill him. Yeah, they wouldn't just kill him off, right? I could see my legs and arms in first person in cutscenes, but not in actuality. The fuck? Crabs? How small they are. Look at them. Can I hunt the crabs? Oh, yes I can. Delicious. I'm sorry, Mr. Krabs. But can you feel it now? Your untimely demise. I can't seem to hit this one though. There we go. Yes. Yes. Leader Rogue. Coat's weapon 60 second. Inflicting bleeds. Okay. So we have oils. Like The Witcher. Bread. Yes. Salt bread. Saltwater bread. Potatoes. A short sword. Might be a good backup. Where is it? There we go. Short sword. Requires 3 strength. Really? My broadsword doesn't need 3 strength. Why does the short sword? Potatoes. He tanked that? What the hell? No. This will be good to hunt crabs with. Flame resin. Fishing rod. From now on, whenever you're near water, I want to catch fish. Yeah. I can fish. You can fish in this game. Excellent. There we are. Oh, you can hit people with the fishing rod. Okay. There we go. Press E to begin the struggle. Release and hold the button to keep the hook inside the moving bar till the fish gets tired. Okay. Simple enough. Was that it? I guess not. I heard that snap. I thought that was the fish. I'm waiting for a fish to tug upon the hook. I may be doing something wrong. Oh, that's not how you fish. One more time. I hear like the snapping. Is that the bite? Is that the bite of 86? Either it's biting or my watch has stopped. Okay. I'm getting out of here. I have plenty of crabs. Milkweed. Now this is the main road, which means... What the fuck is that? Oh shit, corpse eater. Ooh. One more. Oh, one more. Oh. My helmet killed him. Oh, he disappeared. Yep, he's back, and he's gone. Early as fuck, yeah. I had some spare time now. Keeper's Take. Did everything I needed to do right away. It's not even goblin hours. Correct. Cooking for the resistance. Hunter stew. Okay. Water and potatoes. I already learned that though. Oh. New recipe unlocked. Cool. Also, I want to play Dark Tide later, so I'm gonna stream this for a little bit and then play some else. Especially with the new Warhammer announcements. Dark Tide's getting a new class finally. French Puppet Man, yeah. This shit's always funny to watch. Frost arrows. Dig. You dig? Milk. Someone has buried their milk. I still have no pickaxe. Might have been just me and Doom Guy. No one else really plays it. Vermintide is the one everybody likes to play. Vermintide is good. Oats. Oh, something is mad. Where is it? Oh, there he is. Let me give him the big suck. I don't know who that is, but he has some big problems over here. There we go. Yeah, generally I play Dark Tide with randoms in pubs. I think I might be the only one who really likes Dark Tide. Fisherman tunic and bones. Who the fuck? Quinn Cinnamon Sage.
Oh, greetings, kind. Sir?
Yeah.
Madam?
Nah.
Right, so, would you perchance be interested in browsing my wares? Only the finest Avalon can offer, and I, the finest I can offer, that is.
Merchant. It's Madam. Reception. What the fuck? It's Sir.
Right, of course. Silly me. Oh, you'll have to excuse me. I have.
Yeah, I think Dark Tide was in one of the
very
Humble
bad
Bundles
eyesight.
a few months
This is
ago,
thing that happens
or
to
late last year.
humans, right? I mean,
It is a big game, though.
I'm
They're both
pretty
big
sure it
games.
is.
Yeah, I think it was in a bundle like late last year, if not earlier this year. But you're not you. What the fuck? Perception. My perception has risen, huh? Wait. You're not human.
Me? Of course I'm human. I was born in a human village, and my mother was a human. We lived in a house. It had a roof.
A roof.
Holes in the walls. I'm not sure what they're supposed to be for, to be honest. But it's so easy to steal a baby through them. Not that I've ever done that. Anyway, where were we?
Just turn away from me, motherfucker. Let's see your
I'd
wares.
just be grateful if you didn't try to sell me any weapons. Or nails. Or buckets. With
No
iron
weapons.
handles. It's
I hope he's not
that I have
serious.
anything against things made of iron. I simply don't condone violence, that's it.
Oh, yeah, sure as shit he doesn't buy fucking Weapons. That's good. I don't want to sell my alchemy shit. Essence Chandler? Oh, this is a buy. Wait. So I really can't sell them weapons, huh? What have I tried anyway? Okay, good. Just take it. Take all of it. Frost arrows. Armor. Sell all this crap. Breastplate, fisherman tunic. Yeah, with the skulls, the Warhammer skulls. I've been making a bunch of announcements. Darktide's getting its Robocop of the Dog class. And I definitely want to give that a try. The Lux Arbites class. Dark Heresy Bros. Unite. That's right, Dark Heresy's also got announced. Dark Heresy, the devs, as are the same ones that made Rogue Trader, also said that Dark Heresy will feature co-op, which is good. And it's also going to feature encumbrance limit. It's also going to feature full voice acting. I don't need this. Don't want to sell that. Don't want to sell those. And sell my garbage. Not that garbage.
I hope you found what you were looking for.
What does he sell? Barrel Charm. Nightshade Charcoal. The Killing Stroke. Charged by killing. Oh. Increases damage the next attack by 100%. Damn. Oh, 5 spirituality though. This must be like an implement. A magic implement. Okay, I don't need any of this.
Already? I'm really not, am I? Oh, I've only been doing this for a short time. A century or so, maybe.
Baby.
I don't have all that many regulars either. Most
So there are a couple of fellows would might stream. Might could be. Might could be.
I'm not trying to eat them.
Dark
or even
hairs.
kidnap them. And then there are those who accuse me of trying to trick them.
We'll just get all the co-op
Excuse me.
CRPGs.
I'm just trying to sell them some
We got
trinkets
Baldur's
or
Gate.
pretty
We got
flowers. Where's the trickery in
fucking
that?
Rogue Trader. I love Dark Heresy. It's quite an
I'm
outburst.
sorry. It was. Wait.
Icewind Dale?
Oh,
I'm gonna play a paladin again
very
in Icewind Dale.
unprofessional. I guess I'm a little frustrated.
And our halfling will
I just
crit
wanted
fail
to give people things so that
or
they give me
thievery
gold
check.
coins
And I
in
will
return.
cast smite on the halfling. And I will
Very shiny.
critically hit.
I hope you found.
Yeah, okay. Hunting crabs with my short sword. There we go. Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. I think that crab attacked me. Come here. I can almost hear them saying, muddy. Muddy, 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 muddy. Give me little crabs, you little bastards. You're a good source of food. Crab. 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 Craft. Undercooked food. Oh no. They just suck at cooking. Don't forget, Night Rain comes out tomorrow. I guess I can't cook the crabs. Have you chosen your favorite class? Because I myself, I don't know what this is. I myself am gonna play Wilder or Wilder, whatever it's called. I'm gonna have to find some. I'm gonna have to find some friends. I wish I had 1,000,000 pals to play Nightwing with. The posters on certain anonymous or would-be anonymous forums are very upset that the developer said that the game is not going to be very balanced for solo play. Do you know why? Because they have no friends. Oh, I leveled. Damn, I destroyed that. Chocolate Mommy or Samurai Jack? Very good. And it's Chocolate Ranny thing. Oh, shit. Ooh. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, nice. Now I want to level. And apparently I can only level at certain bonfires, I guess. Alright. At least leveling's not... It's pretty quick. It's not like Elder Scrolls where you have to get your skills up. It's like a separate XP bar. More strength. All strength. Strength chats. Oh, I want this lifesteal. Definitely. I'll work towards that first. Yeah, I definitely want to play Wilder and probably the big Viking Raider. He puts up the pillar, the troll pillar. He looks fun. Not super interested in like the archer, especially in a Souls like. I've never liked archery and those kinds of games. Adele's a necromancer. Yeah, she was the last class, right? I saw the giant skeleton, the fucking Moog Bloodland skeleton she summons. Archer's the same with Dark Souls. Yeah, Dark Souls archery I'm not super interested in. He shoots the laser too? Okay, so he actually is from Moog's Bloodline. That's good. Oh, yes. Kill. Nice. I'm getting better at parrying. Oh, he hits twice. Another one. Watson archery's not bad. Manual aim like makes or breaks archery. Not really a fan of a locked on archery. It just feels like you're a walking dot at that point. It's like, this isn't fun. Speaking of rivers of blood, what the fuck was that? Oh shit. Something very big and angry just flew off. Luckily. Not to kill me. Talk? Is this the Lady of the Lake? This is moistened bint. Pray. Oh, I'm sorry. Blood transfusion. Oh, she must give you spells. Okay. She looks like she's having a very bad day. Does the doll get multiple summons? I think it's the big thing. Like, could she have like a little army running around? I'm assuming the big skeleton is like her main shit, because like I'm just thinking about it now, and the summons in Elden Ring itself could be kind of hit or miss. Just because they get staggered to death, mostly. It's the big thing. Where's my shovel? Can I mine now? Oh, yes. Mining. This is how you know this game is good. It's mining. There we go. Like if you're running around Ultas and Master Res. Oh, that's right, because there's like a down system. That's right. Okay. Okay, then she's gonna be very, very useful.
It's always the same with you. Beat them up first, ask questions later, damn it. And now we have no gold, no nothing, just a pile of old stones and a dead body.
No, come off it. Let's just take what he had and let's get out of here.
What he didn't have shut, a piece of iron and a slip of paper. You can't even wipe your ass with it. And
Direct controls are summon. I highly doubt it. Ashes are still fucked in the right condition. This one's secure. My main assumption would be that the big skeleton is the command summon, I guess is the best way to put it. And the other shit is just kind of fire and forget. Letter to Alois. Ooh. Close. Don't know where. Ah, there we go. Letter to Alois. There you go. Dear Alias. Alice. You may also, faithful companion, my only hope. Go to the Almire Shrine, perform the following ritual, bring me this amulet, you will surely be gifted. Granny said you need to make an offering of a rose, some sage, and a feather. It's your last hope for saving my beautiful daughter. Return safely, may the All-Mother protect you. Lady Cardia. Rose, sage, and a feather. Got it. My class still leads where it's going to see the biggest changes first 2 weeks. Played the video and didn't specify anything, so I can't count anything we saw right now. See, I want to say it's not going to play all that much different from Elden Ring, but I got proven wrong like immediately as soon as I watched the reveal. Shit like flying for the bird guy and all that shit. Where? Right, this is how you eat food. Ideally, she would play like Pikmin. You could just control the swarm. Or these fucks. You got a big fucking sword, man. I'm gonna take it from you. Because I'm a bully. Desperate present. Weak. Weak! Weak! Oh, I'm dying. Weak. Bird up. Yeah, that chicken man. Why is the peasant desperate? Look at them. They're unwashed. They're covered in filth and scars and shit. They're deprived, points, and poor. Dull broadsword. Their swodes suck. Is this the... Oh, okay, so I need sage, feather, and egg. Looks like a redditor. He's desperate that Arthur see. The Redditors, man. Do I have eggs? I know I have feathers. Oh, I do have egg. But no rose, it looks like. Then I will need... This is more... Yeah, there we go. Nah, I'm keeping that. Health ring, stamina ring. Meh. Meh. Yeah, these Redditors have eaten shit. And I can't even grab the roses. Yeah, definitely gonna be playing Wilder or Wilder, whatever his name is. Because he looks like Artorias in Dark Souls 1. Dig. Dig. Points. Oh, that's lots of enemies. Ow. Swing and a whiff. Oh my god! Oh, goodness! Run away! Run away, little girl! Hey, what am I doing? I have lifesteal. You'll never hit me. Now it's back to kill time. Oh. Foolishness, Dante. Foolishness. Oh, this guy's got... What the fuck? My shit is bouncing off his head. He's got like... damage. That's cool. He's got damages on his actual head. Ugh. It's covered in fucking... Oh, he's got magic too. I have to like hit his arms. There we go. Johnner tongues. That sounds good. Johnner hearts. Yes. Very good. What? What is this? Everything just got really scary. Fast travel. Oh, I see. I get it. I don't get it. Blueberries. Venison. Why is there like a circle around me? Wait, Doom Guy, don't you have night shift? Hazel says you gotta play some horror. I will, probably next week. Oh no, I might play some this weekend. I have the Mortuary Assistant. I have the Mortuary Assistant. I have shit, what's the other one? The Bridge Curse 2. Fuck. I'm actually sitting on a horde of scary games. Grapes. Potatoes. What's fierce to fathom? I already went this way. It gets really fucking dark in this game. You have 8 days off? Damn. Story-based game, multiple episodes. Oh, okay. No, I know what you're talking about. Okay. No, I think I know what you're talking about. That's that. Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't think I have any of those, but I think Doomguide's mentioned them before. I'll have to look and see. I need to disable that fucking... Down with the drowners, down with the drowners. Could have saved John Elden Ring so many times, yeah. Wilder's on a promotional, right? So I picked John Nightrain. Onions, cheese, cabbage. How big is Mortuary Assistant? 1 second. Oh, this game is like minuscule. Tell you what, I'll play this for like a small bit longer and then I'll switch to Mortuary Assistant. If you're still watching. I won't play for very long. I wasn't gonna stream for very long. But I'll play for like an hour. I just want to play this for a little bit too. A bit hype for this game. Knock that on my backlog. What the fuck? Ew. Fools. Oh. They throw rocks. Damn, they got lock on too. Oh, it hurts. Oh, I leveled because my helmet killed one of them. Good. Good. Come here. No, I may lag slightly, but the game is like 4 gigs is nothing. Oh, here you scream. What the fuck, man? I don't scream. I don't get scared. It's just a game. There's nothing to be scared of. It's why we're catering to his fans. You got him, man. That's the whole game. The fuck is that? I'm not sure if everyone can pick the same or you have to pick different. Oh, I'm bleeding. Why? Skeletons. And they're tanky as fuck too. Oh, they don't explode in the bones when they don't fall apart when they die. It's a shame. Ooh, you made a grisly hunt. Mushrooms, breams, gem of stamina, treasure. Treasure for its own sake. And mining, of course. Ow! Oh shit! Oh! Oh! Red caps! Holy shit, the goblins! Oh, that's not good. Oh, these guys are tanky too. Oh, they are very tanky. What the fuck? When I'm playing on veteran mode. Oh shit, they're fast. Oh my god. Oh, he's stuck. Yes. Cheese them. Cheese them good. Red caps. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, but they drop cobwebs. I want that shit. There we go. Oh, I took his actual red cap. Now I too could be a goblin. Get back here. Get back here, you little bastard. Where did he go? Canine meat. Gold goblin. Ah, druid shit. I'm no druid, but druid mask. Oh shit, that looks cool. It's worse than this though, so I'm not gonna wear it. Okay, that looks stupid. More armor. Molten lightning. Druid gloves. Decrease stamina cost by 20% while dueling. This item effect won't work until you reach its requirements. Oh. Then what the fuck? Well, at least the armor's higher. Nah. No. No. These are good. There he is. There's a little bastard. Come here, you little... Oh, you little prick. Ow. Oh, he died. Yes. Yes. More strength. All strength. Okay, I have lifesteal now. Which means I have trivialized the game. It's really weird that campfires don't cost anything. The only thing that costs shit is the cobwebs. So I don't understand why you would ever pick the Iron Man mode, because it's just... It adds a tedium. It doesn't actually make it more difficult. Well, I suppose it does delete your save though, so I guess it just doesn't... I guess it kind of makes sense. Alright. I'd like to find a town. But instead there are horrific monsters everywhere. Dude, nighttime in this game is fucking dangerous. Oh shit. You tried. Oh, lifesteal is goated. Nice. Milkweed. Still no roses. Where the fuck am I? Still on the beach. Oh, this map is big. Horns of the South. Oh, it's an entire region. That's why. Okay. I hear boards. The boards are singing. What the fuck? Druidic Shrine. Make an offering of animal parts. Get 5% incoming healing, 3% crit. Oh. Wolf pelt. Oh, that gives XP too. Nice. I like that. Now, this must be the town. Oh, that wall of fireflies is gone. Another fire. Damn, dude. Don't look. It's obscene. Obscene and bannable. Dressed.
So much for a secluded cave keeping visitors away. Seems like there's no one on this island to hide in peace. Oh well, since you're here, I have an important question. Do you have any food?
Who are you?
I promise to answer all of your questions, no matter how annoying or asinine they
Game
might
and popping
be.
off.
But
What game?
first,
Tainted Grail?
do you have any food?
Or Night Rain?
Oh,
Food.
dear. Yes, food. That stuff you put in your mouth to make sure your
Okay, this
body
guy's
doesn't
pissing me off
wither or
already.
die, you know? Fish, meat, vegetables, bread. Oh, some bread would be especially nice. But I'll take anything, really.
Here you go. Have some garlic.
Thanks. I'll be forever indebted to you. But don't expect much.
He looks like he
The
smells
only
like
thing I can offer
garlic.
you is seashells, or access to an
Seashells.
infinite well of ancient druidic wisdom.
Oh, he's a druid.
I'd
Okay,
rather
I
you
see.
choose wisdom. I threw out my collection of seashells a few days ago after I stepped on them with my bare feet. Much better. Time for a nap. Oh, except you're still here. Oh no, don't tell me you still have questions.
What a strange man. Who are you?
My name is Dressed, and I am the local hermit.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand your skepticism. I live alone in a cave, collect seashells, and occasionally talk to crabs. What else could I be?
Just guessing here. A druid?
Didn't you know? There are no more druids. The mob rounded them all up, stuffed them into a giant wicker man, and lit a fire.
A tree wizard.
Could barely be heard over the roar
Ala-
of flames.
Alabama.
The stench of the burning flesh easily overwhelmed the smell of blazing wicker. Its glow painted the sky in reds and yellows for the entire night.
Sounds like you were there.
Don't be silly. How could I have been there if I'm here now?
When did that happen?
Years ago? I'm not sure. I don't remember. Can we change the subject? I'm sure there are more interesting things we could be.
I want him to
talking
like
about.
teach me a spell, you know?
Well,
are you doing
I
here?
live here, obviously.
Okay, this guy's... Why?
Why not? It's a perfectly good cave, albeit a bit drafty and damp. Well, it could be better, to be honest. But we can't all live in mansions, can we?
How did you get here?
Same way you did, I presume.
You walked. You're very difficult to talk to.
Am I? That's odd. No one ever accused me of that before. Well, I guess that's what living alone in a cave does to your conversational skills.
Guy's just trolling me and he took my garlic. What's his book? Does it say the All-Mother in grief for her children's suffering? So it's sage in the moonlight, granting its silver leaves her blessings. Bigger plant grows in sprawling bushes. Pale purple flowers planted silver green leaves shimmering like Avalon's ancient sorrow. Its earthy bitter aroma seems to whisper secrets of the land itself. Okay, so sage. Sage good. More than mere medicine, sage is a relic of divine compassion. A small but potent shield against the darkness. I took his book. Just fuck this guy. Well, if that's the case, it's time to put him out of his misery. I'm not gonna kill him. I'm no murder hobo. Would like to get to that town. Oh, hell yeah. Let's Skyrim this shit. I cannot Skyrim this shit. Okay. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Oh, no. No, no. Well, I got stuck. Mining. There we go. Undead. Oh, the parry! And you're dead. Level up. Excellent. The journey begins. Reach level 5. Nice. That's good. Yeah, the game's over. That's it. That's the Tainted Grail. I win. Swift steps, pelts, and a mace. Mace to the face. Oh, the town's right there. I'm just blind. It was pretty dark out. For dark roots. Oh, he's a sad knight. Escar the Protector. Devoted guardian to Prophet Kai, Escar battled the Scourge of the Red Death, aiding in the founding of the Red Church in the Island Asylum. Dedication saves countless lives during a time of despair. May his memory be praised and never forgotten. Oh, that gave me, a skill up. Nice. Abigor. This is Dark Souls as fuck. Look at this shit. This is straight out of fucking...
Off the leash, are we? They must have had their fun with you. Who had you as their plaything? The church? The druids? Some band of cutthroats? But it doesn't matter now that you're free.
Who are you?
I'm Abigail, a knight. I swore my sword to my lady's will, and she kept me close until she had no more use for me. Now, I walk alone,
Oh,
but a shadow never strikes.
he's maidenless. No wonder he's depressed. How do you know that something happened to me?
You look wretched, and you smell like death. I've seen people like you before. Broken, worn down, dragged through the mud. If you've had enough of it all, I could grant you an honorable death. In a proper duel, you lived like a cur, but you could die like a knight.
What is this guy's issue with me?
Be just splendid. Just say the word.
Just say the word.
Farewell, wanderer.
Hey, that's my line.
Still alive, eh?
Let's fight.
I'm more than happy to oblige.
Come on, Abigor. You want to be a prick? You're gonna die like a... Oh, shit. Oh, the Ring of Honor. Oh. Holy shit. He beat my ass, man. Like it wasn't even fair. I hit him once and that was it.
I'm more.
Here, I'm gonna break this a little bit. There's no source jumping. That sucks. But Abigor. Abigor. Oh, I found roses. Abigor. Hold. Dude, his armor is sick, but he's gonna kill me. What is that big thing strapped to that rock? Oh shit. You just whittle him down with spells, I guess, but... Oh! The fuck was that? Okay. Might be able to cheese him. Oh shit. I already fucked up. Yeah, I jump over it now. Oh, this sucks. I've... Oh, oh, oh goodness. Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, there's no fighting him. Not as I am. Another time, maybe. Once I got some levels. And equipment. I will take these roses. But he had a fire next to him. I could just level up in front of him. Oh no, that's a lamp. Lantern? Lamp. The fuck is this?
Keep your eyes peeled.
Ruined Market Square. Ow, what the fuck? Oh, it's okay. I see.
Will bleed you.
Oh, he's got a
You'll be fertilizing
big
the soil.
axe.
You'll be fertilizing the soil.
Oh, but there's 4 of them too.
Die. You'll regret this.
Okay, alright.
Say your prayers. We'll make short work.
Holy shit. Alright.
I will bleed you.
That's 1.
You're no match for our man.
Just DK them to death.
We'll take you down with me. We'll make short.
This one's about to die. That's 2.
Don't mess with me. You'll regret.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now, we just had the last one.
This is my lucky day. Your money or your life.
He sucks with the sword. Oh, that hurt. Okay.
Your gold belongs to us now. This is going to hurt.
Oh. Got you. Branded skin. Broken claymore, looter mask, leather breastplate. Got over encumbered. But I don't want to drop anything. Oh, I don't want that shit. Increase spell power. How do I drop? Drop. There we go. I don't want any of this. Any of this crap. Am I still over encumbered? Why? I know. Endurance. Sure, why not? Carry weight's gonna be important, so no reason not to. Knife steel. Heavy attacks. Mighty blows. Mm, 2% 3 goes up to 4. Nah. Let's check this. Max HP. Max stamina. Increased melee damage. Stun would be really good. But so would attack speed. Especially with two-handed. I'm gonna see what this shit is. What is this thing? It looks like a Dark Souls giant. He's got no face.
Be prepared for anything.
Oh! Oh shit! There's executions. Damn. Oh, give me your feathers. Oh yes, excellent. Bloodsucker potion increase. Oh, I want strong whenever I can. I don't want the baby potions. Sure, let's get some of those. Alchemy up. Play more. A proper two-handed sword. Requires 7 strength. Oh. 2 more levels, I guess. Okay. Let's go to this town. Daffodils. Whoa. Fast travel point. Ah, okay. Drunken snoring. Get up, soldier. The enemy is coming.
Whoa, what's happening? In the name of the All Mother, what are you doing? I could have stabbed you. Wait, I haven't seen you before.
You couldn't. You're so drunk you can barely hold your sword.
Not. I'm not. I could have sliced you up like a fish. No.
A fish?
Oh, like a potato. But I didn't, did I?
Sliced you up like a potato, huh? But travelers till I find safe haven here.
Anybody in, pal. You need to have things. Proof. Things to prove you're safe. For haven. Yeah.
For haven. I have this pin. I was told I'd find a safe haven here in the Horns.
I I can't say I see it very clearly at this
Present moment.
present moment, but it does look important. Very official. But I remember Fergus said something about all this, these emblems once. Oh, yes, I remember now. I welcome thee, ye, royal person, on behalf of the keepers. You are a great friend to our home. Welcome.
Royal person?
Speak with Fergus. He's our quartermaster. He runs things around here in the captain's absence. He'll greet
Great day.
thee properly.
Use your words, man.
Have a pleasant rest of the day. Open it up, boys!
Aha. Finally. A guardsman. Where's the merchants? I want to sell before I switch. Orlet.
I've just about had it with this bunch of repressed virgins.
Repressed virgins?
You don't look like one of them.
Calm down.
If it weren't for their stupid rules, I'd punch you in the face, you patronizing jerk. Get lost.
My goodness.
What did I tell you? Leave me the hell alone.
I want to sell you shit. Oh, I apologize. I got off on the wrong foot.
That's a first. I don't put much stock in heartfelt apologies as a rule. So what do you want?
Give money. I'm not giving her fucking money. We'll set ourselves in similar situations. I know how frustrating it is. I should have been more understanding.
Why don't you try again, Silver Tongue?
No. I don't think I will. I want to keep her hold.
Camelot, no? Timberwall, also no? So you're not from the north? Ah, of course. You must be from Quanacht. I should have guessed right away. So, who's in charge there now?
I'm from nowhere.
You know, people are talking about rising unrest in the north, and a secret coalition preparing a coup at the highest levels of power. And that whole plague thing is just a tool to reach their final goal. The Red Priests are also trying to get something out of it. And to be honest, it's not gone too bad for them. The Druids are out of the picture already.
Secret coalition.
Sure.
Where's this guy going on about? I just want to sell some shit.
And it's not clear who's involved in the whole mess. Maybe our captain is even involved. Hell knows. They have their people everywhere. Damn it, you could be one of them too. Although when I look at you, I don't think so. You have such a stupid face.
What the fuck is wrong with people here? You have a stupid face. You don't look all that smart either.
See? It takes one to know one. And that means we're just pawns. Folks like us won't change anything. But we have to talk out loud. It suits them when everyone keeps their mouth shut.
How would I recognize someone from a secret coalition?
Those sons of bitches are good at hiding. They kinda blend in and live among us.
Wait,
It's hard to
say
tell
that
if
again.
it's hideous magic or some other tricks. Wait a minute. I'm not suggesting anything here. I'm just thinking out loud. It doesn't make sense that the plague appeared just like that. Out of bloody nowhere?
You said it.
No.
Not me.
It's a high-stakes game.
What's at stake?
Power over us, of course. Over our bodies and souls. Over Avalon. Over the whole damn course of history.
This man spends too much time on YouTube.
I've been thinking lately. What if King Arthur is just a stupid fairy tale? What if the nobles and others involved in the whole conspiracy just made him up? And us peasants eventually just started to believe in it. You know, one story for everyone. They drilled it into our heads. And drilled until it finally stuck. And then they built statues, wrote books, and everything else.
That's bullshit. You might be right.
You finally get it. It's just a pity that there are so few like us.
Let's cater to his ego a little
Well,
bit.
we just have to keep going, eh? And while we're at it, I have to get back to work. I'm on duty.
Just so you'll shut up. Now where? Where are the merchants? Oh, an axeman. Sewell Firstfoot. Seville? Sewell. Seville. You first set foot on Avalon under Arthur's command. You have forged a path for the king and his loyal subjects, loyal honor to the founder of the Horns of the South. 2 hands. Oh, nice.
Just
a smith.
Peaceful moment.
Boy, friend, a question. Do you know why people always stop and watch a blacksmith at work? Because he's riveting. It's good to see a new face in the
He's the next one that
saddle.
gets it.
Oh, of course. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Osbert.
Osbert,
Master
okay.
of hammers and anvils. Do you need your blade sharpened?
Open shop. Finally. Here we go. I have shit to sell. Broken claymore and shovel. Lumbering. You can cut trees in this game. Short bow. Well, I was going to collect a little bit of everything for the armor, but I guess not. I don't want any of this. Sell, sell. That's casting shit. Sell, 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 sell. Armor relic multiplies. Oh, I'm not selling that. Okay, what does he have to buy? Art of making arrows. Wait, what? Knight. Adventures of Swan Knight. Recipes. Oh, there's smithing. Oh. If I have money now, I can actually craft it, so. I suppose. Knights. I want that. Okay, I have to read it. The Swan Knight. The Swan Knight stirs, consciousness returning as he surveys the grim scene. His little steed lies lifelessly nearby. Its golden mane matted with blood, eyes wide and empty. Rising to his feet, the knight declares, "My steed has fallen, my shield shattered, and my armor torn. Yet so long as my sword can be raised, I shall not falter." A blood-curdling inhuman war cry pierces the forest. The sound chills the air, testing even the bravest heart. "The Picts," thinks the Swan Knight. "They found me." From the shadows, the savages charge, their spears poised to strike. The knight stands firm, unyielding, ready to face them. The first Pict lunges, spear aimed at the knight's heart. He deflects the blow with his blade and strikes true, felling his foe instantly. The second he impales to chest and lung, the blade emerging crimson from the savage's back. The third hides behind a wooden shield, but a mighty swing shatters it and splits the warrior's skull, ending the skirmish in a shower of splinters and blood. Cool. How do I craft? Here? No. Grindstone? Aha. Okay. Leather. I can make leather. Using deer pelts. Aha, I see. I'm gonna need a lot of strength and endurance to utilize those. And leather. He sells leather, luckily. Let's make a piece of armor. Yes. Broken item. What? Oh my god. Okay. All right. What is this shit, man?
Sir,
Fergus.
I haven't seen you before. I wasn't expecting any guests, and you don't look like a new recruit. And yet, Odrin let you in. He's not drinking again, I hope.
He was pretty drunk.
Most unfortunate, but that explains why you just strutted into the horns. I'm afraid I'll have to take action. The name's Fergus, and I assume you already know I'm the quartermaster here. Now state your business.
I like how everyone pronounces the names differently.
Try to be convincing, or the walls of this fortress will be the last thing you'll ever see.
I got this pin from a friend. I assume you know what it means.
I know. And that's why you're still standing in front of me. However, these pens were only given to certain people. They mean that in times of trouble, these people will always find a safe haven here in the Horns. And that makes me wonder, what happened to your friend? Where is he?
We got shipwrecked on the way. I assume he's dead.
If what you're saying is true, he must have had a deal with somebody well above my pay grade, and that leaves only the captain. However, if you're lying, then you might as well have just confessed to the murder of a Knight of the Round Table.
Oh, jeez.
But nobody's that much of a fool, I think.
I don't think I could pull it off.
I've seen my fair share of morons in life, and you don't look like one. Fortunately for me, this pen only means that I'm to make sure you're safe in the Horns. Nothing about helping you out with whatever you're up to. Anyway, welcome to the Horns of the South. Make yourself at home.
He looks like Benedict Cumberbatch. Ninian. Oh, Ninian's the guy from the prison.
Ninian. I knew the Red Death would take him. Damn shame. He was one of the good ones. You did right bringing this back. The Horns look after their own, even after they're gone. But, now that I think of it, how did you manage to get hold of his tag?
He wasn't taken by the Red Death. The Red Priest tortured him in the island asylum.
Tortured? In the asylum? You can't expect me to take that at face value. Brother Rialgan said Ninian was too weak to survive the journey. They came for him, and we even held a symbolic keeper's burial for him. And what were you doing in the island asylum? You look fine, but if you were there, near him...
I was cured by King Arthur, not immune. No, it was a misunderstanding. The Red Priest caught the wrong person.
Happened to you. Still, you have to understand. Now that you've told me this, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. No risks can be taken when it comes to the Red Death.
On a piece of metal with an inscription.
That's one of our tags. Every soldier gets one when they pledge their loyalty. I just hope the body you took it from was already cold, because killing a keeper would land you in some serious trouble. You know, here's what I'm thinking. If you stumble over any of our fallen keepers out there, bring me their tags. Sure, they all swore to stay here until the bitter end, but they have families who deserve to know what became of them. It's part of my duty, but since I can't send any more beyond these walls, maybe you could lend a hand. I'll pay you for every tag you bring back.
Nice. More quests. Okay, so with that, can I make a bonfire? Oh, nice. Oh, Arthur wants to talk. Did you know Seville personally? Seawall.
He was the first to set foot on Avalon, not me. He decided that if anything were to attack us in this strange land, he would shield me and take the first blow himself. I remember loyalty. A fierce, unwavering loyalty. To me and to Avalon. He must have been someone I trusted deeply. Perhaps as we move forward, more memories of him will come back to me. For now, I only hope his loyalty wasn't in vain.
Tell me what the horns of the south were like in your time.
Ah, the horns of the south. The crown jewel of these lands. We had barely laid the foundations of Tintagel when Seawall and his men had already built a lighthouse, eager to guide our ships to them. He always had a competitive spirit. Of course, it helped that he took every sailor from the homelands with him, along with a handful of knights, so they could learn from one another. And thus, the Keepers of the South were formed. I decreed that every sworn keeper would stand as an equal to a Knight of the Round Table. I doubt they still honor that law.
Bad chance of that.
But I am glad to see the keepers grown. In my time, there was only a lighthouse and barracks.
Leave. Okay. Oh, I'm not even close to leveling. But that's a good place to stop, I think. So I made it to the Haven. And learned a little bit more. Ooh. What? A little bit more about the horns of the south, but now it is time to make the big switch. Oh, I like that the game tells you the amount of time it's been since you last saved. Very helpful. Okay, so I'm going to switch to the Mortuary assistant. Just give me 1 second here. Okay, so it should just pop up when launched. Yeah, it's time for the Mortuary assistant, man. For a little bit. What you're about to experience is based on real paranormal events. Yeah. Research of the occult has shown that heightened moments of emotion, such as fear, can encourage the manifestation of hauntings. Right? If after playing the game, you experience abnormal happenings around your home, or sudden changes in the behavior of yourself or loved ones, reach out immediately to your local church and paranormal investigators. Or, bear with me, medication. Bombing only? Okay, let me turn that on. Story events? Okay. Is it aggressiveness for the haunts? Psychology is bullshit. It's not real. Yeah. Listen, if you trick yourself when they're getting haunted, or feeling like you're haunted, you could trick yourself out of it by paying thousands of dollars to paranormal investigators. Bombing only? Is this like the pussy mode? Sorry. The cowards mode? Oh, I need to change, 1 second. I need to change my, stream shit. Mortuary's assistant. Is this a definitive? I don't think it matters, but... There we go. angry enemy girl holding 12 hours saying, "Are you gonna take your meds or take me in a instead?" Flickering light, yeah. Give it a second. I am going to be right back in like 30 seconds. I need to grab some water. So I have some fluids that this game can make me piss myself with. Okay. I have an old priest and a young priest. It is time. New shift. Game saves automatically. Okay.
I'm so glad it's almost over. Congratulations, sweetie.
Thank you.
Connecticut.
I'll never
of course.
understand why you chose such
the
a
Warrens.
macabre field.
There's nothing disturbing about it. It's just that
I'm proud of you. I really am. You've come so far. So, you haven't told me what's next. Will you get a job where you are, or...?
They actually have everyone they need. But my old teacher, Mr. Delver, transferred me to his office to finalize my internship there.
Oh, well, that's good. I remember you mentioning him. Where's he located? Are you moving away from me?
No, I'm not moving. He's actually located around here. Riverfields.
Oh, Rebecca.
What was this game made?
I don't like that.
Grandma.
Even I've heard things about that place.
I'm having trouble.
Just be worried about
2018?
Make up
2019?
stories.
Before?
Death is a scary thing to a lot of
COVID?
people. And we try to explain things we don't understand, and we want comfort when we lose someone we love. I mean, no one's embalming any ghost bodies or whatever. It's fine.
All right. I'm sorry. But I wanted to give you this anyway. So, here.
I don't know if I want that.
Good. That
Just
crucifix.
take it, please. It should be yours anyway.
Thanks.
I took it.
All right.
Can I not
Enough
take it?
spooky stuff. I'm so proud of you. When is all this happening? When do you start?
I've actually been there for a few weeks now. My review is tomorrow.
Shitty old 2000 investigator games. That's what I was saying. I was like, I can't place when this game was made. I'm so used to like facial scanning and tracking now for animations. Riversfield Mortuary.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so I took the crucifix, which is bad. Right? Oh, what is this fucking... Hold on. Where's the... Look sensitive. What the fuck? It's like almost nothing. Okay, that's really... I'm on it. It's so scary. Let's try here. That's better, but there's something really weird about... Oh, I can see myself. Maybe like slightly lower. There's something really weird about... Wait. I don't have a controller plugged in. There's something really weird about the looking. It's like angled and I don't like it. Like this is me looking left, it like goes up. And this is me looking right, it goes down. Why? Mouse isn't dying. Turn this off. I don't want to have to use. Oh. That's really weird. No, it's still there. It's not as bad now though. I can actually deal with this. Oh boy. Okay. Character has a neck muscle issue, yeah. Pull her neck real bad. At some point, this is going to turn upside down. Rebecca. One last thing I forgot to give you. Please grab a pencil from my desk and sign. Thanks, Zoe. P.S. Good luck. Will do. What's this? What's wrong with this picture? It's already fucking haunted. Okay. I need this. Pencil. Use to sign the paperwork left on the door. Excellent. Quick inventory. I'm at a 5-pointed star and shove. Most not all places or items can be used on me. Okay. I just hope that this weird turning shit doesn't get me killed somehow. Files. I can't take them. How do I... Whoa. Oh. No, I guess that's it. But I want to see what's in here. The music became ominous the moment I stepped through into the bathroom. Why? Why did it do it? What's in the bathroom? What's so special? What's in here? Oh, I can't open it. I can see myself, dude. Am I pretty? Do you think I'm pretty? I think I'm pretty. Oh, good. Breakers. Okay. Good to know where the breakers are. Nice toilet. Let's, yeah.
Rebecca. Great. Perfect timing.
Oh, I'm not alone.
I just finished with Mr. Dalton here. Please wheel him back to cold storage and bring us Mrs. Page.
Moving the deceased, stand behind the gurney and press use gurney. Walk backwards down the hall. E. What does that say? Computer locked. Computer over. Virus equals very yes. I want to touch everything before I actually play this game. Oh, it marks our gurney. Oh, it forces you to look at him, huh? And you very slowly look up. What the fuck? Okay. Lock eyes with this dead dude. He's not seeing much. It's fine. Bring your body in or out of cold storage. Open the bay with the body's name. Pull out the rack, then move the cart over to it. I already forget this guy's name. Oh, it's marked. Excellent. Do I have to actually manually open this shit? Dalton. Oswald. Alright, Mr. Dalton. Enjoy your stay. I can't get him in. I've already failed the mission. I gotta pull this shit out first, then put him in. There you go, Mr. Dalton. Nice and easy. There. Okay. Next one. Yeah, it lowers by itself. Good. There we go. Alright, Mrs. I don't know her name. Clean up this workspace. Dorothy Page. Mouse DPI increased? That's a good question. Because I have no idea. Its default was like 0.01 or some shit like that, so completely unacceptable. Now I don't remember what I had it at. I think it's okay now. You might be right. Mortuary assistant as well as jobs feel like pays crazy money because no one wants to do it. Yeah, I can imagine. Mortuary assistant, funeral director. Usually it's always the same people working that job for life. I imagine because they have the stability. The stability is right there.
All right. I'm just finishing up something here. So why don't you grab the clipboard and start recording identifying marks. I'll get out of your way when you're done and let you hop in here.
I gotta sign this shit. I have no pencil. Or am I supposed to take it? Oh, I see. Clipboard. Clipboard. Tracks my tasks. Alright. No barrier to entry. It's just like to clean up puddles of death and move bodies. Yeah, I think the main barrier would be to just get training from another mortuary. Right? You get certification unless that you're doing is moving bodies, at least in most states in the US, pays on par with health fields. Let's see, like, this character's job involves any medical stuff. Actually, mortician is there. I think this character does engage in medical stuff. Because I remember seeing trailers and videos for this shit. 87. Record any distinguishing marks. Enter markings to the computer and embalming reports. Distinguishing marks, huh? Let's have a look-see, Miss Dorothy. Over the cursor over unique markings as moles, scratches, bruises, interact with them to record in the clipboard. There's a mole here. Yes? No? I guess not. There's a mole. Marks on the back. I not go like down to her legs? I think I might have bugged. No, I did not. Okay. Just very strange. Oh, okay. I have to actually move. Okay. Nothing on her legs. Check the other side.
These old windows never stay latched.
It's begun. You're just watching it while you're just prepping, no slurs needed in action, which is a degree. Let's get this window open. Right, Miss Dorothy? No marks on your toes. Oh, I see. The white boxes mark the areas I can check. I didn't check her hip. Her left hip. You're okay here. No markings on your hands. Marks on your left forearm. Nothing on your hands. Okay. She's got shit coming out of her face. What the fuck? Is that those floaties you hear about? I've already marked these marks down, so... You know what the big difference between... See, oh, it's like marking.
Climb on in here
Okay,
and put
I see.
everything into the record system. Don't forget to take the printout to the front desk so Zoe can add it to the packet for the family. After that, we'll get started.
The difference is, if you're a mortician working in a mortuary office, lab, your patients do not complain. You know why? This guy doesn't know why we're here. Okay. I'm gonna... What did he want me to do? Recording distinguishing marks, okay. Blemishes, rash. Mole blemishes. Enter into computer. Okay. But the computer is locked. Oh, here we go. To enter cadaver information. Click the record system.
What was that?
I didn't say anything. You alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
This guy's fucking with me, right? He just said they're here. Okay, click the record system icon over the program. Okay, match the sections on your clipboard to the corresponding sections on the computer. Once all findings have been entered into the system, click submit to print out embalming records. Then file the records up front to begin the embalming. Alright. Record system. Left shoulder, we have mole and blemishes. On her head, we have the rash. And this is Miss Dorothy Page. Age 87. And on her left arm, she has blemishes. Submit. hope I did that right. Okay, that just... Where does it print from? Oh, yes, here we go. Packet of mortuary paperwork related to the handling of the deceased. File up front there and available if requested. Alright, I'm following these mysterious footsteps.
Time to embalm.
Begin the embalming process.
All right. I've set everything out so you can just go ahead and get started. I'll be monitoring.
Now,
everything's on your list there if you need it.
Don't get jump scared till I get back. Now, you see, the trick is, once you become a mortician, you start making deals with the casket dudes. Then you start making the money. Then people who can drive a backhoe. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, these are tools. Artery forceps, used for grasping and compressing an artery. Okay. Large items held in your hands. If both hands are full, you need to drop a large item before picking up another. Smaller items are kept in your pockets. After selecting an item, its description will appear below it. When I can be drop on will appear on an item's description. $2,000, yeah, you get the urn makers in it. Casket dudes. Someone who can dig up shit. Okay. My forceps. Trocar, used for injecting cavity fluid directly into organs. Okay. IV reservoir bag. The IV bag used for infusing and embalming fluids into organs and cavities. I saw the bodies of Doom going, yeah. MCI. PVC tubing. Flexible, durable tubing used for various medical applications.
Can't hold anything else.
Oh, I can only hold so much. Okay. Oh no, it's a large item. I see. Eye caps. Used for holding eyelids shut. Definitely need those. Scalpel. Needle injector. A tool used for hammering setting needle barbs into the skull. That's gnarly. This is like some medieval shit. It's even rusted. Well, I guess if it works, why try to reinvent the wheel? Fastite, setting needles. Bars with a length of wire with a needle injector to wire the jaw shut. What's this? Wipe using moisturized skin of the deceased.
I can't hold anything else.
Okay. What else do I do? Holy shit, okay. The skeleton's gonna tell us. That depends. Can they talk? Cavity fluid. What does this say? Wire the jaw shut with needle injector and setting needle. Okay. So we have a needle injector. And we have setting needles, so. Alright, Miss Dorothy. Setting the face, pull the manipulator up and press the injector button to drive barbs into the skull. Then twist the wires to shut the jaw. Alright. Oh man. I don't know what that does. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Oh, I am doing it right. Okay. 2, 3. Here we go. Let's tighten this up.
There we go.
No more smiling, Miss Dorothy. It's unnatural. Okay, so insert eye caps to keep the eyes shut. Use the manipulator to open the eyelid completely. Interact with the eye to place the cap, then close the eye. Right. Am I not doing it right? Oh. No. That's not right.
I can't use that here.
Uh-huh. I'm already fucking this up. Oh, okay. Eye caps go on.
All right.
Eyelids over. Gotcha. The fuck is this? Mix embalming fluid in pump. Glutaraldehyde, methanol, humectant, formaldehyde. Oh, they're all here. Formaldehyde. Trio fluid base used for firming and preserving tissue.
I can't hold anything else.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Can I drop shit on this? Because I don't need this. It would be nice if I could like move shit and put them up where I can actually grab them. Instead, they're just going to sit on the floor and I'm going to forget about them. Formaldehyde. Glutaraldehyde.
I can't hold anything else.
Chemistry. Oh, shh.
Sometimes we get chemicals that haven't been stored properly.
That wasn't scary.
You can make them pop like that. Just keep doing your thing. I'll get it.
The fuck is... Yeah. Yeah, okay, buddy. Okay, so formaldehyde. Here we are. I think it went in. Yeah, it did. Okay, so. Glutaraldehyde. Sometimes the cans just explode, yes. Nothing to worry about, you know. Just a little noise, you know. Humectants. Retains moisture. Yes, of course. Okay, here we go. And methanol. Formaldehyde in solution by preventing polymerization. Of course.
Can't hold anything else.
Wait, what? Did I not put the humectant in? Here we go. Sometimes there's just shit walking around, you know? There. Alright, next. Make an incision in the carotid artery and jugular vein with a scalpel. Okay. Let me see your neck, Miss Dorothy. Cut here. Ooh. Some items need to be used directly in the body. Use an item, open quick inventory, and select the item needed. Okay. See, now I don't remember what I'm supposed to do. Make a decision. Okay, use forceps to clamp tubing to both veins and connect to embalming pump. Do I have the tubing? I do not. Okay. There's just like shit all over the floor, you know, and I don't like it. No, sir. Forceps clamp tubing. Okay. So we got the forceps And the tubing. Oh, damn. Alright. Gotta pump her full. I guess. Engage the pump and let the body drain. This? Damn. Okay, I guess we just wait for it to drain. She's almost bled dry. Am I supposed to trade her completely, or do I just... This guy's just staring at me. Just... What the fuck? No. Nice. Let's see that. Okay, this is just like dry, right? I can turn this off. Remove tube and close incision. Okay. Let's remove this tube. Close up your incision. Fill an empty IV reservoir bag with cavity fluid and insert trocar into the abdominal cavity. Said bad blood, now it's gone. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure you're absolutely right. I don't know why he's mad at me. I'm doing everything right. Don't haunt me, man. Is that not... Empty IV reservoir bag, right? Got it. They have it. Oh, it's full. Okay, I see. Insert trocar into the abdominal cavity. Insert the trocar until it stops to begin the flow of embalming fluid. Once that cavity is full, pull the trocar back, rotate it, then reinsert until the reservoir bag is empty. Okay, trocar. I'm supposed to push it in. Oh, I see. Okay. You know, working as a mortuary assistant is kind of like being a dentist. Kinda. And by that I mean, it's not at all like being a dentist. Seriously, this is from Bioshock. That's what I'm saying, man. This is some like Victorian like torture shit. But I guess if it works, there's no reason to really update the medical tools. Mix cleaners in the bathroom closet to create tank cleaner. Then pour into the embalming pump. I feel like it's... Well, I guess you would want the bathroom in a separate building, but I feel like there would just be like a big sink at the workspace, right? Mix cleaners create tank cleaner. Okay. Flow clean tank cleaner. Solution of corrosion inhibitors. Add descaler to create the mixture needed to clean embalming machines. Okay. What's the other one? No, not that shit. This? Maybe? Tank cleaner. I don't think they mind the tools. I don't think he likes the special sauce, Rick. Or into the embalming pump. Okay. I know that old dude's down there. Oh, this is the embalming pump. Here's your special sauce. Damn, that's loud. Did I just hear a door open? I'm going insane. I can't with this game. Apply moisturizer to facial features. Oh. I'm gonna get you... What the fuck? Must have been the wind. Let's get you moisturized, Miss Dorothy. With the wipe across facial features holding on interact. The lotion is used up. There you go.
Tell you what.
What?
Well,
why don't you go ahead and head out? I'll take over from here.
I take it, I think...
Are you
I think her
sure?
skin was a little dry there.
Don't worry. You're doing great. I'll get the last of your paperwork sorted today and call you in for your first shift.
But I didn't apply moisturizer. Old man, I didn't apply the moisturizer.
Go ahead. It's fine. I'll give you a call when we get someone in.
Oh, all right. Did I just do the computer thing? Or that's done. Whoa. Oh, okay, that's an engine thing. I thought someone turned off the light down the hall. But they didn't. So. Let me go through your desk real fast, old man. You got anything cool in here? You got any games on your phone, man? Coffee. Oh, the tutorial is finished.
It was just really weird.
So some stuff fell over. That's not a big deal.
No, I know. It wasn't even my fault, but he sent me home right after that. I'm just really worried. He was supposed to finalize my stuff today.
That's the end of the game. Wasn't that scary, you know?
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like he meant it. Like he just said it to get me out of the building. Wait a sec, I have another call. Hello?
Hello.
It's Raymond.
Oh, hi, Mr. Delver. Look, if I did anything wrong today, just...
No. I wanted to apologize. You've done a fantastic
Very brave and hits.
Just not feeling too well. That's actually why I'm calling. I know it's late, but we just got 3 new cadavers, and no one else can make it in right now. I was hoping you could come in and take care of them.
Well, yeah. Are you sure? I mean, of course.
Nervous laughter.
You're doing me a huge favor. I took care of the rest of your encore.
Yeah.
We're all set. And your new badge is in your personal belongings drawer in the back room.
That's great. Thank you. I'm on my way right now. I hope you feel better.
Pays the bills, man.
Bye.
What the fuck is that wall? Yeah.
Holy shit.
This whole setup
That was
sucks.
him.
Like,
He signed me on. He needs me to
she's
come in
got
tonight.
the shelf. She's got like the drawers in the middle of shit. The TV's off to the side at like an angle.
Thanks. I have to go. Like, right now.
There's like
I'll
this
talk to you
little
later.
slot in the wall for a fucking microwave. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Who designed this room?
Where are my keys?
I've seen some tiny ass apartments, but damn, dude. This sucks. She keeps her bugs here and donut stuff. Okay. Got your electric stove, kettle, some knives, a toaster, cutting board, sink. Hold on, before I grab the keys. Is that mama? Oh, grandma. Grandma's kind of fucking goth, no? 6G a month in America, yeah. Towels. The nicest people are dead. Fucking book. Music band shirt. Ah, yes. Sports. The jersey, that's the sports. You didn't get jump scared, did you? No, I never get jump scared. I don't get scared, man. This is just a game. Death and Decay. A book covering the process and science of decomposition. See, I look at this and my first reaction is, why does this book have like macaroni on it? I think those are supposed to be maggots. Why's it got macaroni? Yeah, that's what I was like, well, why is there macaroni on this book? This is a book about death and decay. I deep look into the processes that happen after we die. The pages in this book are not for the faint of heart, but it is the honest and blunt truth about what happens to our organic matter after the heart stops. Can AI fucking write this shit? Yeah, look at this fucking apartment. This whole setup is shit. If you don't buy an L-shaped couch when you have like a shelf like back here. Now there's a whole ass shelf that's not used. You got shit lying all over the place. This drawer is just sitting in the middle here. With this little tiny ass TV off to the side. Little tiny radio on top of it. Like, put this shit in the corner. Or here or something. Make this the main focal point of this entire shit. This is a little dinky area for a microwave in the wall. This is where you put your mugs, I guess. Like this whole... What food you got? Wolfios? There's food in here. This is like canned spaghetti, some milk, takeout, mozzarella, organic lettuce, tooth time, toothpaste. Yeah, you gotta keep your toothbrush on top of your fucking fridge, man. Might as well be in TV and Xbox on the ground with a mattress. That would look better than this shit, whatever she's got. Okuos? It supposedly doesn't have any bees in it, but they keep putting on the box that it's got bees in it. You stupid gorilla. Now I can post this pre-made baby meme. After I typed all that shit. A cereal that does not have bees in it. Long ago, Donald McMullen hatched one simple idea. What if bees were in cereal? An idea that would not be accepted today, or even in McMullen's time. Didn't stop him from innovation. Not long after, Okuos are born with the original recipe of mashed bees. And the well-known slogan, "It's got bees in it." After multiple recalls spanning multiple decades, the Okuo formula has been adjusted to fit our changing times. We are proud to say that Okuo's certainly does not contain bees. However, we hold on to our founding slogan to remind us of our rich past. Why is there a baby on here? Let's take a spin that face. This pre-made baby meme. Moth bombs? It's insanely sweet. Bombs you can eat. This product contains chemicals known in... Hold on a second. This product contains chemicals known in every state to cause different... And this shit is blurry as fuck. Or is it just me? Different kinds of bowel obstructions, eventually resulting in death. Okay, so what that tells me is that I'm having visions because I'm fucking dying for eating these Luna bits. Kind of tastes like leaves with sticks. Heart good. Heart good. The Luna promise. Our goal is to make the most wholesome cereal just like Grandma used to make 400 years ago. We harvest the fallen leaves of our oak trees deep in the fall months and dry them by hand to achieve that crunch we all love. After removing the sticks, we grind our leaves, then add the sticks back in. This process ensures the same great natural bite enjoyed by humans and horses alike. Heart's good. This woman has... Something's very wrong with her, and it's not because she's haunted, it's because this garbage she's feeding herself. Here's my keys. Temporary items take up space. Do not take up space. Okay. Mental illness brought on the fact that she is dying currently from her various assortments of cereals. And Bomb, a history of preservation, and its role in coping with death. When coping with the loss of a loved one. How do we move on? For many, and this text sucks. For many, what does that say? For many, something the memory of their loved ones preserved help attain a something of closure. But when did we... This is so blurry. When did we begin this process of preservation? Down like embalming process of today. How does the embalming process of today differ from the methods of the past? In this work by Rothwell, we explore the history in when we embalm, we preserve love. Okay, got it. Good ass slogan. Heart's good, you know? I'm about to jump out this fucking window. My pre-made baby memes. You goddamn gorilla. Oh, you assembled Mask Rider. Oh, you're assembling Mask Rider. Good. Common Rider. You gonna do G-Quacks on stream? All right, boys.
All right.
Back to work.
Head to the back and get started. I don't have my clipboard.
We sell coffins. There are no bees. There's bees in it. What the fuck? I'm not scared. Who's scared? Telephone. Hello?
Mr. Delver, I need help. Someone's outside the mortuary.
Just try to stay calm. I know you're scared. I'll unlock the door in a moment.
What?
This is very sudden, but listen to me. We have to start right away. I'm sorry. I didn't know until it made itself known this morning that it was here. let alone bound to it. I had no way of knowing the possession had
What the
started.
fuck is this guy fucking in
This
on this
isn't
shit?
funny. Stop.
You need to take this seriously. You need to act quickly.
This is insane. I'll just leave. I'll just fucking leave.
You can't leave, Rebecca. I can't allow that for you or for others. It's far too dangerous.
What am I supposed to do then?
Most bodies I work with at night are fine, so we stay calm, okay? Embalm, file the paperwork, everything. Treat it like a normal day. Staying focused will help. I left some things for you on the desk. I'll call again when you get to the embalming room.
No, wait. Ugh, damn it. What the fuck? This
What
is
the fuck?
insane.
I agree. What the fuck?
Okay. This is so stupid. It's just some hazing for the new girl or something.
Just leave?
Play
Yeah.
along.
I will.
Do your job.
Yeah, I'm not doing this shit. Peace. He can do it himself. Well, I'm locked in. All right. Can I not get it? What the fuck? He said he left some stuff for me on the... Ah, I see. Hall key, okay. Old key, right? I guess I'll die. Tape recorder. A tape recorder. Why would he give me a tape recorder? And why is it not in my inventory?
I'm fucking quitting tomorrow. I mean, who does something like this?
Fucking quitting tomorrow. She's got the right idea. Fuck, I'll just quit now. I'm gonna put up with this. I mean, I do, because I'm locked in, but... These windows are made out of glass, right? Oh, good. Hello?
Right, listen carefully.
Look, I'm sorry, but this entire thing is extremely unprofessional. If this is how you treat new hires, I don't think I can work for you. This isn't funny.
Rebecca, you don't have to believe me, but I hope you do before it's too late. The only way to save yourself is to banish the demon before you're too far gone. To do that, you will need to learn the demon's name, bind it to its chosen body, and burn it in the retort. Look,
Agitated sigh.
this is a lot to take in. I wish I could do more for you. I had years to learn what I know. You have hours. I've recorded a number of cassettes to instruct you in the hope that having a physical object with a known message will help you stay grounded. I won't be calling again. You can't trust the phones. Anything can be manipulated.
The demon's name is Prozac, yeah.
Learn the demon's name. Burn the correct body. The most important thing in the room is in that cabinet. Open it
If
up.
the phone's gonna be manipulated, why would I trust him now?
I'm sorry this had to happen.
This is insane. Whatever. Just be the professional one, grab a body, and get started.
Three.
At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance.
The fuck?
The further you are from possession, the more time you
What is he, fucking Van Helsing? Look at this shit.
the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its name and the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it. Just scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything strange,
Scribble on paper?
there's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
Yeah. good. 1.
The Night Shift Database. A computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. The database contains all
I'm assuming I'm time limited, so I guess I should start.
the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names. If you ever forget what to do, replay these tapes or look it up in the database. The collection of demonic names is the most crucial piece to the puzzle. You will need this information. My ID card is in my personal belongings drawer. On the back is the passcode to access it.
That's right, there's like a... Is that it? No. What's the personal belongings drawer? The Book of Typhon, Conversions. 6. Typhon walked among his disciples, and he spoke. He who does not truly let the Lord into his heart shall be judged by his sin and destined to serve those who truly believe, for all are assigned to the halls of hell. 7. Abandon God as he has abandoned... Oh, good. As he has abandoned you. Bring Lucifer into your hearts and revel in his glorious sin, for all are damned. There is no hope of God. All are marked for the houses of hell, as all are hopelessly lost. You have been left behind. 8. And as he passed, Onoran looked upon Typhon with disgust and said, I will not turn my eye from God. Satan has no dominion over the Lord's creation. Typhon looked onto Onoran and said, Pray as you wish. Fall to your knees at this moment and call to God. Perhaps today he will step down from the heavens and all doubt will vanish. 10. Pray to nothing and behold the truth. I will take from your God's creation the ashes of man, for it burns eternal and sinful fire. Someone is singing a prayer. He's just going to use the girl to be... Yeah. This is all part of his fucking plan. 11. Typhon held the charred remains of Derrid and walked among his disciples, spreading his ash upon their flesh. Setting the reeds in his hands ablaze, he said unto Onoran, See now that all are marked in the glory of Satan. 12. Onoran beheld a flash of light upon the skin of each disciple as Typhon passed, and from it he saw a mark burned deep into their flesh. 1 of 3 for the houses of hell, for we all are destined to serve his higher purpose. 13. And Typhon extended the ashes of Derrid to the hands of Onoran, and said, Bear the forgotten flesh upon your own. Ignite its sin and accept the true God. Original rejoiner. Satan sounds so very cool. Right? This is like a fucking metal song, dude. I just wish I knew where the personal effects shit is. Okay, that's the printing machine. That does nothing. I got an achievement for that. He said to scribble down on the paper or some shit. I'm assuming there's also... Is that not it? No. See, it sucks that he's so vague because I have... What the fuck? Views. Oh. Uh-huh.
You know what? Screw this. I'm calling the police.
Oh, dude. I can call the cops. Of course. Okay, I'm assuming I'm not very possessed. I'm glad it doesn't take up any space, so... My only issue is, I don't know who I'm supposed to get first. I guess it doesn't matter, does it? So... We'll go ahead and get started, I suppose. I hate when doors do that shit, man. Okay. Alexis Martinez, Oliver Closeoff, and Shaquana Abbott. Let's start with, I guess Alexis? No, we should start with the 4-1 first, because this time moving. Oh, she's a big girl, ain't she? I forgot the gurney. Sorry. I'm sorry, Shankwa, or whatever your name is. You gotta be kidding me. It's already starting.
Lock me in here.
We're gonna do this shit already.
Shit
We're
on
gonna do
me.
the fucking light fucking shit. Brick game, man. Brick game. Alright. Anqua, whatever your name is. Get you on a screen. Can I? There we go. And because I'm polite, I'm going to close your... Shaquana, that's her name. Shaquana Abbott. Alright, Shaquana. Let's get you, back to the... whatever this shit is.
All right, let's check you out.
Alright. So. Go over here. Inspections first. You're okay here. And you're okay there. Nothing on your face. Okay. Check the body. Motherfucker.
Hello?
Oh no. That's not good.
Nope, nope. New job. I'm getting out of here.
I don't think I can leave, can I? I'm assuming I'm time limited. Alright, Shaquana. Let's get you over. Okay, you got a big ass bruise on your shoulder. Alright.
Screw this. I'm getting back to work.
Get right back to work, yeah. I got an achievement for this shit. See, it pays to have balls. Game isn't scary. Come on. It's just a game. Ooh. Yeah, something going on there. And on your palm. Okay. Well, I didn't. On your side. I already got that. Okay. On Shaquana. Let's just cooperate. Don't need to scare the shit out of me. I'm just trying to get you settled for your family who loves you very much, I'm sure. Okay. Let's record. So, Shaquana Abbott is her name, age 65. Right shoulder has a contusion. Right arm has a rash. Left arm has a hemangioma. Am I saying that right, Doom Guide? Left leg has a hemangioma. Right leg has keratolysis. There we go. And I believe that's it. Okay. Now I gotta print the report, right? How do I print?
Need to file a copy up front.
Better scribble. I'm okay. Okay. We're all okay. How are you? Hemangioma. Okay, I'll make sure to say that right the next time I get jump scared. Oh, I didn't even...
To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body.
Trash can under the printer?
The 3 objects in this cabinet are your tools.
I don't know.
First,
I can't interact with it though.
the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it.
What the fuck?
Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close.
Close to
When the
what?
paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area.
What the
They
fuck?
could be anywhere. So look on walls, under objects, inside furniture. Anywhere. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the night shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark. The steps are simple.
No, they are. They're not simple at all. Add reagent embalming mixture.
Build the mark and place it on the body. Then, when you're certain, burn it in the retort.
The special piece of scripture they relate to reveal demonic markings. When a demonic marking is near the parchment, it will smolder and combust, bringing the marking into the material world to be found. What the fuck? It's already burning! Oh, shit. Okay. Where? Where? Oh. What the fuck? Do I have infinite of those? It's here somewhere then. Oh, it's right here. Okay, it kind of looks like a 3, I guess. So, the 3. Right? Oh, fuck. He said there was a passcode on some shit, too, and I don't remember where. Well, I have to go to the front, so I guess I'll try to optimize time spent wandering.
Time to embalm.
Okay. Now you get embalmed. Wire the jaw shut with the needle injector and setting needles. Fuck, they wouldn't keep all the tools laid out for me. I have to actually go and get them. Okay. So this is the injector, right? Yeah, okay. And this is the needles. Okay. Alright, jaw first. Excuse me, ma'am, this is gonna... There's something under that fucking door. What the fuck? I saw its toes. Okay. You know, I don't remember how to do this. There we go. Oh, that's good. Nah. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Am I possessed? See, I know it wants me to go up to it, but you know what I'm supposed to do? When you see that shit, you just... Oh, I can't close the door. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to work. I can't read this shit. Now I can read this shit. No, we're just gonna... Oh, I can't. I have to go towards it. Really? I have to go towards this shit? Well, alright then. Me JoJo posing? What the fuck is that? Oh, she wants a hug. Oh, no. Uh-huh.
There we go.
More importantly, I have a job to do. It's their eye caps to keep eyes shut. Where are those eye caps? Oh! I don't like his picture. Mr. Delver's work badge or for body pickup at local hospitals. Full access. Raymond Delver, 1944. And this guy is fucking old. 77630. Street Fighter 6 Ryu smell, yeah. 77630. Extra keys in the mortuary. I don't really need those. Raymond, I really need a key to the hatch outside. Cleaner is low and you mentioned having some down there before. I know you don't trust anyone to go down there, but having a copy of the key would make things a lot easier for everyone. Zoe. There's a hatch outside. I would like to inspect. There we go. Limited access. Rebecca Owens. Rebecca. Raymond asked me to take over restocking the rest of the supplies in the embalming room, but he's so secretive, I feel like I get different instructions every day. Sorry if it's not what you're used to, Zoe. Yes, could you ask him to stop calling me Zoe? No one calls me that. Good thing, Zoe. I think I can grab. I suppose this is another hiding place for the sigils. So I need eye caps. Where are the eye caps? It's a syringe. Doom Guide, where do you nurses keep the eye caps? That's not it. In here, maybe? That's a scalpel. Nope. Eye caps? Eye caps. Yes. Okay, so. It's their eye caps. Keep eyes shut. This'll be so you stop looking at me, lady.
All right.
All right. Eye caps are stored in the morgue. You don't say. Mix embalming fluid and pump. Glute or whatever. I'm supposed to add the humectant. I remember that's part of it. I'm supposed to add the reagents from the priest's cabinet. Bleaching agent? No. I don't need that. Formaldehyde.
Hold anything else.
Oh, this is a... Humectant. Formaldehyde. Some more sign of the other sigils. I'm assuming one is in the, was that door closed before? I'm assuming one's in the actual morgue itself. Methanol and gluty, whatever. Gluol or blah, blah, blah. Methanol. Where's the last one? Oh, I don't want that. I'll hold on to it though. I don't remember what the code was. Seven 77630. This is so exciting when I done a haul down at all. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? Who the hell's calling at this hour? It's not Raymond. He said don't trust the phones.
Hello?
Hello, Rebecca? Rebecca?
What the?
Okay then. Seven 77630. Or was it 776730? How do you... My mind is like all over the place now. So much to keep up with. No, it is 77630. Okay. Six 3-0. I don't understand how to work that. It's piping. They can just keep things in a fucking uniform fashion, man. Was it? Good. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I need the reagents. But I also need to find the other sigils, no? Seven 77630. It doesn't like that. I'm assuming the code isn't complete if it's not working. Like, what the fuck? Okay, so... I'm supposed to add the reagents.
To banish a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The three objects in this cabinet are your tools. First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close. busts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They can be anywhere, so look on walls, under objects, inside furniture, anywhere. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the Night Shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark. The steps are simple. Add the reagent to the embalming mixture, uncover the sigils, build the mark and place it on the body. Then, when you're certain...
Oh, shit. Okay. So the main thing is I'm missing sigils. Where? Where? Oh, shit. It's next to the picture of Christ. Okay, it's a Z. A Zorro Z. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for showing me the letter. Okay, so next letter is a Z. No, I don't think I will. I didn't even really understand what he said to me. But, I'm just gonna keep doing what I do. I don't consort with demons, you understand me? So third sigil. Where? It's not in here. Which to me sounds like it might be in the bathroom. You still do you want some good old-fashioned cola? What? Why? Death. Aim death. It's not in here either, and I'm not looking in that fucking mirror. You cannot make me. Wait, the door is unlocked. I can just leave, you know? Well, I can continue at least. Oh. This database is a collection of all my findings related to the banishment of covetous demons, the history of the demonic, and the tools I found through my research. Years of travel and piecing together whatever relics remain have been compiled here. Navigation bar at the top right leads to the following subsections. History of demonic, identifying demonic tendency, sigils of demonic names, tools of combat, demonic forces. Path to banishment. They bomb each body with a special reagent from the cabinet. Use lighting strips in the cabinet to attempt to reveal demonic sigils. Compare the demonic sigils to the demon's names within the Night Shift database. Build the mark to match the demon's name. Pay attention to each body for demonic activity while it sat up and looked at me. Note that bringing an already embalmed body back out to reinspect for changes may be necessary. Are you fucking kidding me? Place the mark on the body believed to have demonic tendency. Well, it's definitely this one, right? Burn that body in the retort before possession takes hold. There's a loading bar for this shit? Okay. Identifying the demonic tendency. Alright, warlocks and priests. Pay attention now. While learning the name of the demonic entity is more about waiting, identifying which body is experiencing demonic tendency requires paying close attention. While any of the bodies can be manipulated, it is far easier for the entity to control its own vessel. Sudden movements, large or small, can be a sign of tendency. If a body appears to be more active than others, or strange markings start to appear, it may be signs of demonic tendency. However, the demon is trying its best to remain elusive and may manifest these manipulations on other bodies, which is why it is important to take note of which body is experiencing these events. More events linked to a specific body, the more likely it is to be a chosen vessel. Sudden appearance of new markings on the body, sudden movements, large or small, repeat movements, is one body more active than others. I'm a necromancer who dabbles in demonology. Well, you're gonna definitely want to know this shit. Oh, good, the lights are blinking. When a demonic entity is present, the vessel it is occupying may form markings not previously observed. Inspecting a body additional times is important to spotting these markings, claw marks, sigils, actual sigils appearing on the corpse. So I need to be inspecting these bodies more. A body with the demonic inhabitants may display sudden movements. These movements can be as small as a twitch of the fingers, as large as full body manipulation.
All right. This working? Yeah. This thing is huge. So, I guess, this is David. Raymond, this feels insane, but I think you were right. This has happened a few times now, but let me see if I can get in here. There it is. Fuck.
She's got cold toes, man. Put some fucking socks on him. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Each of the covetous demons belongs to one of 3 houses of service in the halls of Satan, the houses of sin. A demon's true name is composed of 4 sigils of bondage. Below are the 3 houses and all known covetous demons within them: Immolation, Invidious, and Desolation. Immolation, I guess. House of Immolation, Balmet, Anik, Talduk, Sebos. So we have a 3 and a Z, so it's not Balmet, it's not Anik. This is like fucking, Phasmophobia. But solo. Talduk. It's not Talduk. Sebos. It could be Sebos. Okay. Invidious. It's not Shadat. It's not Azel. Azel? Azel. Kovos. It's not Kovos. It's not Masset. Okay, so it's not in the House of Invidious. So far, it could be someone in... I saw that. It's like a fast forward to the dog shit gameplay, yeah. Verikith. It's not Verikith. It's not Furmok. It's not Teshek. Okay, it's either Uzkuret or Sebos. Last page. An entity, tools of expulsion. An entity must be bound to its original vessel and that vessel destroyed in order to start the process of possession. Throughout my work, I have managed to discover and establish a set of tools to bring about banishment of demonic entities. The occupied body must contain the reagent. The mark must have the correct demonic name, and the mark must be placed in the correct body and burned. Below are all the tools I'm aware of in their usage. The mark is one of 2 tools used to bind the demon to its chosen vessel. Each slot holds a sigil that represents a part of the demon's name. When all 4 are placed in the correct configuration, place the completed mark on the vessel believed to have demonic tendency. That mark will react to the baleful 8 reagent inside, binding the demon to it. Once the demon is bound, burn the body. When covering the demon's name, the evocation can only be completed once the demon has inscribed the 4 sigils of its name into our world. They are hidden from us until revealed by the burning of letting parchment. Once all 4 sigils are discovered, the name of the demon will be known and the mark can be built. Got it. That's what you told us earlier. The baleful reagent. The reagent is the second part of the tools used to bind the demon to its chosen vessel. It has a unique ability to react to the mark of the demon's name. Since it's unknown which body the demon occupies, it is important to add the reagent to all the bodies being embalmed. Okay, so I do have to put the reagent in every corpse. This ensures that once the mark isn't built, any of the bodies will be able to receive it. That makes sense? The demon will do whatever it can to breed doubt, so it is unlikely, though not impossible, that any noticeable change will occur Once the mark and reagent are in place, the choice of body and demon must be certain before burning the body. Okay. Letting parchment. The demonic evocation can only be completed once the demon has inscribed the 4 sigils of its name into our world. They're hidden from us and must be revealed. Letting parchment or letting strips are special pages of scripture marked with calling symbols and Athenian texts. Athenian. That will cause the demonic sigils to burn into our world when near. Use letting parchment, simply hold a strip up as the demonic sigil is approached. The paper will begin to smolder. A violent reaction will begin, it will burn. Once paper combusts, the sigil is revealed and the area must be searched. Okay, I think I got it. I think I understand. I think. So I need to put the reagent in next. All the corpses need to have the reagent in. That hallway is very, very dark. Okay. I'm not doing this shit in the dark, man. That's dangerous. Okay, so forceps and clamps. Where are the forceps? There we are. And clamps. Where's the clamps? What the fuck? Nah. I should just drive off, you know? I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. Use force stance and clamp tubing. Where's the tubing? I saw it earlier. Is that it? Yes, tubing. Okay, she needs to be drained. That's right. Okay, once she's drained, I'm gonna see if there's another sigil somewhere. I hope it's not in the fucking where the bodies are, otherwise I'm gonna be pissed. That's alright, I left that door open. I'm gonna close that shit. Okay, it's not in here. Good. I don't want it to be in here. Okay, she's drained, so. Turn off pump, remove tubes, close incision. There you go, miss. Fill an empty IV reservoir bag with cavity fluid. Insert the trocar in the abdominal cavity. Okay, so I need the bags. Where are the bags? No bags? Where do you usually... Oh, there we are. Flex bag. Fill that up. Did I not? Oh, that's gonna do this shit. What the fuck? We're closed right now, sir. Why don't you come back tomorrow? Yeah, you're gonna do that shit, okay. Search trocar in the abdominal cavity.
Something.
I'm missing something. What am I missing? Oh, the trocar. Where's a trocar? What is a trocar? What's a trocar? Did this thing? Oh, that's a choker. Okay. Alright. Split your belly open. And let's get you pumped. Are we pumping?
There we go.
Mix cleaners in bathroom closet to create the tank cleaner. I mean, of course. Alright. Check the bathroom. See if this shit, burns. Okay, we've got the cleaner shit. Now it needs to go to the pump. Okay. Okay, I don't have to actually use that. No, those are I don't want those. Right. They're small, so I guess I can just sit there. Moisturizer. I'm looking for moisturizer. Where's your fucking moisturizer? It's tubing. No wipes? Where? Where are you? What the fuck? Where's the moisturizer? No, that's that other shit. I don't want that shit. Tissue builder? No. Oh, they're right here. Of course. Alright, let's wipe you up, miss.
All right.
Okay, well, that's one. Really? And get you back in your shit. So far, she's shown a little demonic activity. She's not twitching or anything like that, but... Who's this? All of her clothes off. Funny. Alright, Oliver. I see wiener. Ah, crud. Nothing. Oh, he's a young one, isn't he? Alright. Let's inspect you. We'll do one more body. I suppose we'll do the last one too. Oh, you got a nasty hit on your cheek. Another one on the back. Nothing on your legs. Nothing on your palm either. Okay, other side. I feel like it.
There we go.
I thought something just happened, but I didn't see it. It was like a flash of white. Oh, you got a nasty mark on you. No other marks, though. Wait. No, okay. Oh, it's drawing. It's drawing some. Okay, so. Entry 2. We'll have her clothes off. Age 25. Contusion on the head. Contusion on the right shoulder. Rash on the left leg. There we go. I'm gonna get you, get you file away, Mr. Oliver. And begin the embalming process. I didn't hear that. Hear it at all. Embalming. Okay, so. Now to start the process over. Myra's jaw shut. Once I get used to doing this shit, this should be pretty quick. Needle injector. And the needles. He's not twitching, which is good. One, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, and 5.
There we go.
No more smiles, Mr. Oliver. Eye caps, I already have those.
All right.
Alright, embalming shit now. Humectant. Was this one? No, that's the bleaching agent. I don't need that. This one. Glutaraldehyde. Formaldehyde. Methanol's up here. And of course, our blessed reagent. Oh, sorry, baleful reagent. Let that pump. I should check. Shit, I should have checked earlier. If there was another sigil. Motherfucker. Especially when I heard that crying. What is wrong with me, man? Okay. Hello? Nothing. Still no sigil. Okay. Scalpel to the artery. I'm missing something. Scalpels are one use. Is this true, Doom Guide? Is this lore friendly? Forceps and tubing. And tubing. Okay. Forceps. Tubing. more sigils. Check my sanity. I'm okay. All right. Remove tubes, close incision.
Rebecca, come here. Come here now.
Who the fuck? Oh. Oh no. What am I looking at?
Mom.
Kind of a slow start, isn't it? Who the fuck is this?
You stupid bitch.
Oh.
Hate me all you want. He's dead because of you. You should be the one here.
Oh no. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Oh god. I sneezed. I wasn't scared. Oh jeez. Okay. Oh man, feeling empty. Reservoir bag. Okay. Will do. Cavity fluid, insert trocar into the abdominal cavity. Okay. One of these. Right. This guy has had no demonic activity so far. All this fluid out. Where? There we go.
There we go.
Got a job to do. Mix cleaners in bathroom closet. Gotcha. Bathroom closet. Cleaner. Okay. Tank cleaner's made. Pour into the embalming pump. Okay. Where's the cleaner? Now I gotta moisturize his face up. Moisturizers. What?
What? People make up stories. Death is a scary
No,
thing.
oh no!
No one's embalming any ghost bodies or whatever.
No, Rebecca. You're doing it wrong. Let's swipe up your face. Especially that nose. Okay. I don't think it's this guy. I haven't had any... His corpse itself is not, like, moving. But I am seeing a lot of shit with him. So far, the first woman, the first body, actually set up, so... At least I think it's set up. Be another one of those... No, it's not your turn yet. It's... You gotta give me a damn second. There you go. Let me finish up with this guy, damn. What? No. Nothing in there. Enough. Quit trolling me. Alright, this is Alexis something. Oh, I better... Oh, there's a sigil. Where? In here? Oh no, it's right here. Okay, so it's a... The fuck is that? A cat's eye. Cat's eye. Okay, I should be able to figure out who's the demon then. Okay. Alexis Martinez, 33. You got some gnarly markings on your forehead. Making rice. Almond ketchup. Oh yeah, almond rice. Almond rice is always good. Okay, Miss Lexus, you got a nasty mark on your back. Oh shit. Okay, I think I found the demon. She got a damn sigil on her hand. Almond rice. On your side here. From the side now. Nothing, okay. She's got a lot of demon markings on her. However...
There we go.
She hasn't moved yet. Let's get her entry. Alexis Martinez. 33 years old. Rash on her head. Right shoulder is contusion. Left arm has keratolysis. Keratolysis. Right leg has hemangioma. Or whatever the fuck. Left leg has a mild abrasion. Never mind the demon symbols. Speaking of... Well, that prince, I'm going to check. Identifying demonic tendency. When a demonic entity is present, the vessel is occupying may form markings not previously observed. Inspecting a body additional times is important to spawning these. So, I must be fucking up already then. Demons. Where are you? Don't turn off my lights, man. Fuck. She's still got those markings. For whatever reason, it says you should keep looking at their body, but it won't let me after the first time, so. Alright, let's get a report in. Oh. He's gonna play. Oh, shit. Okay, she's not getting closer, so, yeah, fuck this bitch. No, I want. What the fuck? No. Stay back. I've got a sigil. Oh! That wasn't because of the game, that was the, I thought there was a deadly snake on my desk. And he was gonna bite me.
I can't hold anything else.
What was I doing? Oh, that's right, I was filing her file. Bombing report. Okay. Now we begin. take these and these. Definitely gonna call it after I banish this demon. You know, I didn't even check to see. What was the last sigil? A cat's eye?
There we go.
Mouth shut, lady. I'm actually gonna go check right now. Okay, so Sebos. It's not Sebos. There wasn't desolation. Uzkret, right? It'd be Uzkret. Fuck, I gotta go look at that fucking sigil. 1 second, miss. I gotta see this shit. Yeah, it's the swirly, right? Eye caps. Where's the eye caps? I'm blanking, man. Where? Where are the eye caps? I wish I could remember it. Right here. There we go. You're not allowed to look at me.
All right.
There you go. Okay, embalming fluid.
Rebecca, it's me. It's your grandma.
Nah, there ain't no grandma in here.
I need you to let me in, sweetie.
Nah. You're not coming in here.
Don't you love your grandma?
Nah, man. Mm-mm. I want to just keep doing my job, please.
It's so cold out here. I'd love to come in. Let me in, Rebecca.
Oh, God. Grandma?
Let me in, you bitch!
Oh my God. Jesus. Cat size. It was correct. It was correct. It was correct. Okay, so 3 Z. Now the only problem is he has to put one more sigil down for me to... Did these change? No, I fucked this up, didn't I? No. No, oh yeah, I'm fine. Okay, so... Jesus. 3 up top. Z on the left. Cancel on the right. Okay, so... I believe he has to have his last shit in here. This thing. It's 8th note. Or quarter note. On the bottom. I'm gonna put it on the bottom now. But I'm gonna wait for him to actually spawn it. Okay, embalming fluids. It gets easier to remember where the shit is. Or glutaraldehyde, and then methanol. Make an incision in the carotid artery. With the scalpel, use forceps and tubing. Okay, so we got ourselves a scalpel.
Come over here.
No. We're not doing this, man.
Rebecca.
No. I'm not talking to myself. Tubing?
Come over here.
No. What the fuck, man? What am I missing?
Rebecca.
I got the scalpel. I got the tubing.
Rebecca.
Another one. I'm gonna ignore it. No, I don't want to go over there. What the fuck? I don't like this shit, man. You gonna make me walk over there? Come on. Oh no. Who is that? Is that me?
Come over here.
Come on. How come I can't move backwards? You're seeing this, right? You see what it's trying to do? I played BioShock. I remember that fucking dentist or the doctor, whatever the fuck that shit was. You know exactly what I'm talking about. There's that scene with the yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not stupid. Come on, game. Oh, maybe I am stupid. Oh no. Oh no. No. What the fuck? I want out. I'm gonna close the door behind me. Sucker. Forceps. I require forceps. Here we are. Forceps. Tubes. Alright. I'm get pumped. Still no sign of the silver. He still has markings on our left hand. No new markings on her though. My assumption is the old woman's the demon, but I won't know until I get this last sigil. She's drained. Get this shit out of her. Close it back up. Empty reservoir bag. Okay, so that's here. Fill this shit up. I need the trocar. Which I always forget what that is. This thing, right? Yeah. Alright. Let's get you pumped. Pumped and preserved.
There we go.
Mixed leader in the bat. Jesus, here we go. Okay. Here we go. Still no sigil. Oh, I'm drawing shit. What the fuck? Okay. Possession is taking hold. Oh. I want in. Let me in. Let me in. Why oh why is the door locked? Could there be something behind me? I'm following the instructions. I'm mixing the cleaners. Why don't you just let me out? Let me in. Really? What is with that? What's wrong with the door? No. Good God, we're doing this, huh? All right. I'll play your fucking game. We got ourselves fucking PT. From fucking silent, that fucking PlayStation shit. You know what I'm talking about? What the f- Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I'm returning to monkey. Oh, I'm returning to monkey. What kind of shit is going on? I'm completely losing it, man. This is what I mean. You gotta be on your meds. Get tubing by bed. Get needle from bathroom. Find lighter. Get spoon from coffee table. Find full baggie on kitchen's counter. Oh, dude, this is a fucking... I see. Yeah, this is where all the drugs happen. This is the... We got ourselves a nice cracked in here. Okay, so that's tubing by the bed. Okay. Tubes? Gotcha. See, the tubes restrict the blood flow. Okay. Needle from the bathroom. Is there any... No, there's nothing. Okay. A needle. A nice used needle. Where's the needle? Ah, yes, needle. A hypodermic syringe used for injecting material beneath the skin. That's good. I love that shit, man. We went from mortuary assistant to smoking fucking Cookie Monster cookie dough on a spoon. Find a lighter. Was that not on the in the bathroom? That's right there, right? No? I suppose not. Where's my lighter? Where's my fucking lighter, man? I like the bags called burger bag. Oh, there's my lighter. Makes a little flame. Good. Get spoon from coffee table. I need my spoon. Oh yeah, bent spoon. Used for heating up and liquefying for injection. Find the baggie on the kitchen counter. Where? There it is. Just need a quick hit here, you know? Oh no. No, no. No, I don't look away. Oh, what the fuck is that shit? Oh, no, no, oh, hell nah. That never happened. That's why you gotta take your meds. Mix cleaners. I mixed the cleaners. That's not a cleaner. This is a cleaner. I want to use the cleaner and forget everything I just saw. That shit crawling out of a fucking... Yeah, there was some ring shit in a fucking cracked in fucking tub chasing me. I was trying to light up my Cookie Monster dough with my bent spoon, you know? What I gotta deal with this shit? Fucking. You can wipe your fucking face. Oh, she's smiling now. I hope that's a natural smile.
Alright.
I'm getting sick of this shit. You still got marks on your hands? Yeah, you still got marks on your shit. Okay. There's a sigil somewhere. your character have a history of drug use? My assumption is her mom died of a drug overdose. Because I saw a vision of her earlier. And likely she's got some guilt issues going on. Alright, Miss Martinez. No sigil in here. Let's get you back in your little thingy. It's not your turn yet, man. I already did you. Well, apparently I have to do him again. But why? I already did him. Now this shit doesn't want to go back in. There we go. Jesus, man. What the fuck? Yeah, I already did this guy. In fact, I filed away his... Oh shit, the fourth sigil. Where? The bathroom? No, not the bathroom. The desk. Oh. No. No. Where? There it is. Okay, yeah, it's the quarter note. Oh! Oh my god! What the fuck? I don't know what the clip for. Quickly hold out the clip for. I know its name. I know the demon's name. What was the demon's name? Let me double check. Muscaret. C3, Cat's Eye. C3 cat, okay. This is it. The only issue is I don't know which corpse is the demon. Sudden movements, large or small. Repeat movements is one more body active. I'd argue this guy had the least amount of activity, so why would it be him? He's got no new markings. He's never moved. No demon markings at all. Nothing. Oh, shit! Oh, that's not right. That's not right at all. Right? Yeah, he's burnt the shit on his back, man. What the fuck? Like, oh! 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 Oh. 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 Okay. Nah. Let's, okay. I have the demon's body. The only thing that's missing is I don't know which... Okay, so... He is burnt... Okay. Did he have any other markings? No, I don't want this shit. Here we go. Contusion, head, leg. It's him, right? The change in markings is supposed to be a sign, but the first body actually physically moved, unless that was a trick. Shaquana. Markings not previously observed. Okay, that's for this guy for sure. As far as he ran under control, its own vessel, sudden moves larger small can be assigned a tendency appear more active than others. A strange markings start to appear and be assigned a demonic tendency. They is trying its best to remain elusive, remain manifesting manipulation of their bodies, just as why it's important to take note of which body is experiencing these events. More events linked to a specific body, more likely to be a chosen vessel. Well, now I'm confused, man. Now I just don't know. Oh, I'm drawing sigils. I'm running out of time. The main thing is this shit in his back. He's not there previously. Which is a significant change. My demon wife, he says. Your demon wife is fucking... This one actually moved. So let's let's get all three open. Let's double check. Well, that's right. You gotta pull up this shit. That's right. This one sat up and looked at me. At least I think she did. Oh, did I bug my game? No, we're fine. Now what I don't like is that I have to roll them into the room in order to inspect them. Okay, well she actually moved. She doesn't have any symbols. The other one has, the third one has symbols on her. No, she's got no new marks. She moved once. But the light did turn off when she moved, so are you fucking kidding me? Come on. She... Not turning. I'm just gonna turn it. Okay, so with all of the hauntings, no, we're not doing this. Am I dying? No, I'm fine. With all the hauntings, it's either the boy or Alexis here. She has actual markings on her. But I need to check her back one more time. No new mark. See, she has an actual sigil on her. Okay, I need to check her other side. She had another one too on her other arm. That door's closed, but I'm not interested in that. Okay, she still has her sigil. Or this is like a marking, I guess, like a claw mark. I'm going to assume it's the boy. He actually got new markings on his back. This stuff can be finicky. I don't really like when the games have like you have to like hold the click or whatever the fuck. Okay. Let's burn the boy. I can't fucking move him. That's what I mean. This shit is always like weird to actually. Come on. There we go. There we go. This one will be burnt. You check her back? Yeah, I checked her back. There's nothing. This guy has like a big ass scorch mark on his back. His hauntings were kind of the same as hers, but he's the only one that's had an actual physical change. How do I work this thing? Do I just shove him in or? Oh, I do. Okay. Did I? Wait. Oh shit. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh! Holy shit. Oh no. I fucked up. I didn't put the sigil in. No. Oh. Oh, did I not have to? That was it?
Good morning. It's nice not to be the one down there for a change.
Raymond?
I suppose a first name basis is in order.
Did I make it? Is it over?
For now. It's never really over. You've come a long way. It's a lot to learn.
I'm so glad I'm here.
I know it's disorienting. You'll get used to it. You should head home and get some rest. Every night can be different.
I think I'm fine.
Are you sure? You seem out of it.
Oh, I've just been waiting for so long.
What? What are you... Oh no. You didn't use the mark.
Yeah, I didn't use the
Rebecca.
mark.
Rebecca's not here, you fucking idiot!
Oh, I'm possessed.
Watch your flesh boil and drink it as it melts from your pitiful frame.
Oh, Raven. Oh, man. Oh. I'm free. I'm free. Fail to banish the demon. Ending 3 of 5. Damn it! And I realized as I was burning into fuck. That's funny. Okay. Damn, that sucks, man. That really sucks. Whatever. You summon a demon as a lich, I consider yeah, this is the good ending. Yeah, you're right. Demo lock. Sorry. Well, old demo lock. Oh, what a shame. I'll just have to try again the next time. Shift 2. Cool game. I'll definitely have to pay more attention to what I'm doing next time. Next, good luck. The good news is, since I know where things are, I have a much easier time getting into it. I'm definitely not getting scared. Because I'm so brave and handsome. They used to call me Billy Big Balls. You know why? Don't answer that question. It was rhetorical. But that is a good place to stop. I'll go through my VOD and I'll be sure to clip my scares for you guys to laugh at. And tomorrow, I believe, we're wanting to play, fuck, what's it called? Night Rain? Let's see if we can get that set up. Any co-op stream? Start back before you forgot the thing. I don't know. I saw it. It said embalming only. I don't know if that's just like, was that the Mortuary sim where you just embalm no scares, or was it like skip the intro shit like the introductory and tutorial? Elden Fortnite with Ice Spice. Ice Spice and Sabrina Carpenter's. Oh well. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. For now, though, that is what we're going to call it. Some gothic Tainted Grails was played, and some scary Mortuary Assistance was also played. So, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the suggestion earlier. And thank you for not making fun of me. I really appreciate it. You guys are real friends. But until next time, farewell and take care, Wanderers. No more scary games. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna stream that again pretty soon.